Jumped up pantry boy who never knew his place. He said, return the ring. Knows so much about these things. He knows so much about these things. Thank you for the sub. Who was that? Jade Font, David Van Halen, 1984. Thanks for the subs. I would go out tonight, but I haven't got a stitch to wear. Wah, wah, wah. This man said it's gruesome that someone so handsome should care. Air. Slow Moz. Do you listen to Moz Wave? That is so trepidatious. Who was that? I saw that. Maybe Wolf could... Maybe I could have it up with him today. I would go out tonight, but I haven't got a stitch to wear. Wow, Fox. I can't let you do that, 'cause you're friends with a bird, toad, and hare. This charming man. What's going on? And the patchy boy who never knew his place, he said, return the ring. Never so much about these things. It's a good song. Crazy bass line on that. I have 75 loops now. It's like a toy box. Candy box, really. I have the score by Elmer Bernstein. That's actually a really good one. Actually made one of the loops from that into this sound loop thing. Nobody touches Harry Canyon unless I say so. I'm doing all right. Just trying to stay busy, trying to get this shit done. Yeah, Ivan Reitman, Harold Ramis, all that whole troupe. SCTV. It only came on at like 3 in the morning. Thank you, Shade.
The Hellhound.
I appreciate it.
Oh, the adventures, kiddo.
It's me.
Wow, I'll drive you into some nasty habits.
Thank you for the bits, Shade.
Stop, or my mom will shoot. Mom, I'm in the shower.
Oh, you haven't got anything I haven't already seen before? Was that like 91? 90, 91, 92, somewhere around there. It was on. I remember that from pay-per-view. What, Meatballs? The military school Boy Scout movie? I can't remember the boarding school guys. Or wait, what am I thinking of? No, I'm not thinking that. That's not the. That's a different movie. Yeah, that. Right, the Bill Murray mullet movie. I remember. Okay. I think it was a Mad TV movie. I thought it was called Meatballs. What am I thinking of? No. What am I thinking of? Was it a 70s movie? Now I can't remember. I thought it was produced by the Mad TV people. It's about a bunch of kids in like a reform school or military school or something. What was it? Was it? Was it Up the Academy? I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Mad Magazine presents Up the Academy. That's the one I was thinking of. I fucking love that movie. I knew it had something to do with Mad TV. I couldn't remember. Saw that like 10 years ago. What about the story of Ricky? Ricky.
Yo, Andrea.
Bootleg Rocky. Yeah, story of Ricky about the kung fu guy that like explodes people's heads and stuff. How's the? Have you ever saw the animated GIF of that movie where like the guy karate, like he boxes the dude's ears so hard that his head explodes? Arnie as a flying baby would be great. Can you imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger as a tiny baby with wings flying through the air to something like the Never-Ending Story theme? He just has no idea who he is. What is going on? Why am I a baby and I'm flying? This is so scary. I'm frightened. Get me down from here. Goo goo gug. Oh, no. He just wakes up in his adult bed crying. Why do I have kids? Who is she? No, don't worry, I'm always back in the morning. What have you been feeding this thing? Blondes. I think it's still hungry. Don't worry, I'm always back in the morning.
Who is she?
The role of the winged baby was specifically designed for me, and then the role was stolen by my former friend Sylvester Stallone's. He's standing there with the little baby cigarette. This is how you do it right. Yeah, I've seen that one where he's got a China cigar. Like, just talking mad shit at anyone who isn't a regular cigar enjoyer. I remember that. What if I caught COVID and monkeypox at a furry convention? Could you imagine? I mean, would your body allow you to catch two at the same time? 'Cause I think only one virus can. I don't know. I didn't go to doctor school. Oh no, I'm not a doctorologist. I like The Last Starfighter. I don't rate movies on a Hollywood standard scale. Like, there's some movies that are really bad, but if they bring back a good memory in my life, or I see that, you know, effort was put in, even if it was a cheeseball movie, I can still, like, consider it a good movie. A lot of my favorite movies are, like, rated 20% or 30% by everybody on Rotten Tomatoes, so I can't go by any of that stuff. X. Where's the damn thing? Next. Read. I remember The Boy Who Could Fly. The part where the girl falls off the side of the thing. She passes out and she wakes up and she's not dead. They used to play that on the Disney Channel a lot. I got a rarity for you. Man, I got so many rarities on here I could play. Why did the beetle cross the road? Let me see if I can filter that noise out a little bit. What frequency is that on? Yeah, my equalizer doesn't go that high. Fuck. It's the best I can do. Yeah, this played on the Disney Channel when I was a little kid.
Belonging to the order Coleopterus, as you recall, we ended our class last week with that age-old question. Why the beetle crossed the road? You were each to think about that question and be prepared for a discussion of that matter.
Beetle!
Who
Yeah!
would like to start off that discussion? We have given this some thought, haven't we? Dolores?
Huh?
Why the beetle crossed the road, Dolores?
Why the,
Beetle.
beetle? Yeah. Why'd the beetle cross the road?
Mm-hmm. Dolores, we're waiting.
Excellent!
To be with his girlfriend?
To be his girlfriend? I gotta make up a little list on here.
Did you guys catch the latest SNL?
So fucking funny.
I live in a van down by the river.
No, Farley is seriously hilarious.
Who hosted?
Christina Applegate.
Who's that? Christina Applegate? See, I like the original cast. Chevy, Belushi, sure. Gilda Radner.
Fucking love Radner.
Yeah, exactly.
Aykroyd is underrated for sure.
I was actually reading an interview with some former Second City cast members. Oh, nice. And they were just saying that when SNL first came on the scene, they were doing something no one had ever seen before.
Exactly.
Sure. You know, they weren't pandering for laughs. Exactly.
Right.
They were actually pretty revolutionary at the time. I know I found my people when somebody brings up Second City.
Hello.
Hey,
Please state your name.
my name is Shane Gillis.
Shane Gillis. You're an outstanding comic.
Thanks.
Where are you from, man?
Originally, I'm from Mechanicsburg. It's a town outside of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
That's
It's
cool,
actually-
dude.
Yeah. You went to Penn State.
I went to
It's
Penn
close.
State University.
Close,
Went to
close.
Penn State.
Yeah.
Please read this joke.
I brought one.
You brought your own straight joke?
Yeah, I brought my own street joke.
All right, let's hear it.
It's why do Penn State grads keep their diplomas on the dashboards of their car?
Why?
It's so that they can park in handicap spaces. Yeah? It's funny, right?
It's not fucking funny. It's not funny. Piece of shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Shane. I'm sorry I lost my temper. Look, I want to pay you, so here you go. It's from Wawa.
This is tasty. Yeah.
What is it? Huh?
Shh. It's a surprise. Pickle surprise. Pickle surprise. Take an English muffin. Spread sandwich spread. Plop the ham dusty.
No offense to any Pennsylvania residents out there, but you're probably all laughing and agreeing with it anyway.
It's for Wawa.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's all the Virginia folk. Everybody's crazy for sheets now.
Ham. Pickle surprise. Honey casserole. Oh, Mary. Where's the pickle? That's the surprise. Pickle surprise.
Sheets versus Wawa live on pay-per-view. Order today.
I miss pay-per-view. I just miss watching the previews on pay-per-view. It's like window shopping for cartoons and movies as a child that you will never be allowed to see. The Sheets and Wawa are convenience store, sandwich shop, gas station hybrids that are prominent in the eastern United States between like Virginia and Pennsylvania. I think they're expanding a little past that. I know there's Wawa in Florida. Not Sheets though. I've seen Sheets in Virginia and farther like north and northeast of there, but I think there was a Sheets in Washington D.C., but I can't remember.
Once we get this all chopped up, it'll look just like steak.
And the lies. Feed your dog new Grand Gourmet dinner for dogs. Grand Gourmet is loaded with beefy strips smothered in a rich, savory sauce. Dog food that tastes this good never looked this good. New Grand Gourmet.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out how is it every year you manage to surprise us and manage to outdo yourself with the Halloween decorations. So decked out, so scary. Seriously, Dad, the house looks amazing. I believe a congratulations is in order.
Your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Ha ha, very funny, Dad. It's not supposed to be funny, it's supposed to be fucking scary. Fucking contacts hurt anyway. Dad, I'm not exactly sure I want to know what that is. Congratulations, Dad. That's officially the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Thank you, but I think it's gonna need a little bit more power. What do you think about that, boys?
Now, how did I know you were gonna say that?
If you like building blocks or know someone who does, you're gonna want these. They're Flexi Blocks, the blocks that move. Only Flexi Blocks have this patented design to make every block move. Not just one or two special pieces. Because Flexi Blocks move, any project is more fun and exciting. Dinosaurs grab, cars race, bulldozers roll. You can even make things to wear. Flexi Blocks have won 4 major awards for excellence. Now, with this special Factory Direct TV offer, you get all these pieces. Satisfaction guaranteed. Order your Flexi Blocks now and get this storage pail. Start building like never before with Flexi Blocks, the blocks that move.
Order FlexiBox for $19.95 plus $4 shipping and handling. Grown-ups only can call 1-800-662-1400 or write FlexiBox, P.O. Box 7140, Berkeley, California. This is a special Factory Direct TV offer, so order now. Sorry.
This is the exact commercial that my mom and I saw. She ordered those for me.
The blocks that move. Remember, only grown-ups can call.
Remember, only grown-ups can call.
Excuse me, honey.
Huh?
You want to see my curly little pigtail that's been straightened out and put on the front?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, would you like to see my curly little pigtail that's been straightened out and put on the front?
Yeah, let me fucking see it.
Stop! Stop doing that! Please stop doing that!
Il est temps de partir. Bambi.
I miss Capsella. Capsella, that stuff was fun. Used to make like little boats and run them around in the bathtub on a battery. That was so badass.
I was so hot. I was frying. My throat was like a desert, like Death Valley. I wish I had something polar, cold, like North Pole. Whoa! A 7-Eleven Slurpee! What could be cooler? It's the ultimate cool.
Now when you go to 7-Eleven to buy a large or a super Slurpee, you can get a whistle straw free. You can hear a whistle straw at a 7-Eleven near you.
And over 75% of ski and snow areas nationwide.
Aw, dude, big air, fresh. Watch the floating head, though. Might catch him in the air. Be brutal. Wouldn't want that. See. Oh, hey, babe. What's up, bro?
Dude, I made the ride from black to white.
We regret to inform you that, well, one of our producers mistakenly ordered 6 tons of sushi instead of more film. Needless to say, that leaves Dave's fate up in the air. But hey, you know, if you order a pair of sled dogs right now, we just might be able to give this film a happy ending. Please do your part to help Dave fulfill his dream. Order now and vote for the ending you'd like to see. A. Dave jumps over Hell's Canyon in his sled dogs. B. Dave snow skates into an active volcano. Or C. Another shot of that bikini babe. Oh, C. 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 Please, C.
for free information, and we'll include these free sled dog stickers. It's just our way of saying, buy sled dogs, please. So call now.
Composite Teflon impregnated polyurethane bases with carbon steel edges.
Canine bases are removable, so you can walk around on them without hurting all that composite Teflon impregnated polyurethane. Pretty smart, huh? And since they are removable, you can change bases to match your skating style.
For complete information about sled dogs, call the number on your screen now. We'll send you a free information pack, plus these free sled dog stickers. To get this free information, you must pick up your phone and call now. Unless, of course, you're telepathic, in which case you can try reading my brain.
And they're so comfortable.
This program has been a paid advertisement for sled dogs by the Sled Dogs Company. You should have figured that out by now and have already ordered your own pair of sled dogs. If not, here's that telephone number yet once again.
So let me get this straight. You're just a head? You just like float around? You got no body? Wow, that's cool. So you can just go like wherever you want, huh? Just like bop around and stuff? What's your head made out of? How do you do that? Huh, titanium feet. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah.
You find yourself in the kitchen. You see an eclair in the receptacle. You think to yourself, what the hell, I'll just eat some trash.
No. It was not trash.
Was it in the trash?
Yes.
Then it was trash.
It wasn't down in, it was sort of on top.
But it was in the cylinder.
Above the rim.
Adjacent to refuse is refuse.
It was in a magazine and it still had the doily on.
Was it eaten?
One little bite.
Well, that's garbage.
Laura Moore! Let me just start by saying there is no other place I would rather be in the entire world than right here with you right now.
Hey, Shorzy.
Can't you see I'm just completely taken by it? Like, I've never known a feeling like this.
Let's assemble?
Why are we doing this here when we could be over at 7-Star Dumpling House? Like, some fucking bibimbap.
How do they feel about never losing again?
How do you feel about it?
I don't care.
Oh, you are an absolute stallion.
You're a horse face.
I won't rest till I get even a shoulder pat from you.
That would be the most a man has got from me in a very long time, Shorzy.
Hey, you ever been sitting across from someone just trying to have a normal conversation, fighting every urge inside yourself to just scream out, yeah!
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I've never let myself be so vulnerable with someone before. It feels amazing.
You are alive, dude.
Got it, I'd be good to you.
Yeah?
Oh, I'd be good to you like crazy.
How good?
Like you wake up in the morning, I'm right there being good to you.
That's actually unsettling.
How do you feel about a couple steaks and some corn on the cob?
With your 4 roommates?
5!
Apologies to Big Sexy.
I'll honor you till the day I die, I swear to God.
From the guy infamous for wheeling 2 of his friends' moms in Letterkenny.
They aren't my friends, and their moms were wheeling me.
Text me the score after the game.
Are you not coming?
Huh?
Huh?
I got my kid this weekend.
Well, no one gets a good story from just a score.
And no one cares.
Let's say we do this next time over a nice piping hot bowl of miso ramen. You guys like paninis? We're almost there.
You're going to jail.
For what?
That's where our tough natives are.
Our tough natives are in jail?
Tough natives is redundant.
They worked there, Shorzy.
Well, you made it sound like they were in jail.
That is so racist.
No, it isn't.
You see, that's the problem right there, is that your mind
isn't.
immediately goes to them being in jail.
It was a misunderstanding.
You're the problem. That's what's happening here, is that you're the problem.
Holy. Cecil, it's too bad you guys couldn't make the little mingler, but there'll be plenty of time for another mixer, a little team builder, a little room booster. Cecil, Shorzy, Goody, JJ, Yolo, and Hitch. And it's kind of funny with Hitch because his full name's Ted Hitchcock, but if you say it real fast, it sounds like 10-inch cock.
Been called worse, spies.
I'm saying. Roll call, we ready?
Yeah. Jim.
2 Jims.
Jim.
Are you all three Jim? All right, well, you'll need nicknames. What are your last names?
We'd prefer to be called by our first names.
But then you're all three Jim.
Our names are Jim.
So you all three want to be called Jim? But you see how we're a bit bunged up here, though, right? Like if Sanger calls down the bench, Jim, you're going, you won't know what Jim.
Jim's will likely all be going at the
Shut
same
the fuck up, Sanguinet.
Maybe if he just says Jim a different way for each of the boys from where you're to, then they'll know which ones to come where you're at.
Did you just have a stroke, Hitch?
You know, like, sing 'em.
You are having a fucking brain hematoma.
Settle down. Like Jim, Jim, Jim.
Hitch, it's a hockey team. It's not fucking Miss Saigon.
Why not ask the Jims what they want?
This is not fucking Andrew Lloyd Webber presents the Gym.
Why don't you just ask the boys?
Because I don't have fucking 525,600 minutes.
Well, then the arse has gone right out of her then.
Jesus Christ, superstar. All right, so you all three want to be Jim.
Our names are Jim.
Yeah, I know your names are Jim, but okay, so how about your Jimmer, your Jimmy, your Jim Bob? So then you all get to be some version of Jim, and we don't got to be in fucking tats.
Our names are Jim.
Bah, je pense que c'est pas mal clair que leur nom c'est Jim.
All right, you're all three Jim. That's it, that's all.
You ever have a Slim Jim?
Well, you may as well all go down to the coast when you're done work and have a little beer with the boys, and I mean, who knows, maybe they'll throw on some fucking Les Miserables for Hitch. Hey, Hitch, you know wear that or your fucking Technicolor Dreamcoat. The fucking Phantom of the Opera.
On a Fox in Space.
Pepe, James, it's been a long time.
Glad to see you're doing well, sir.
As you know, Dr. Andros was expatriated 2 years ago. He'll live out the rest of his days on Venom, far away from here.
You sure that was the best plan?
Frankly, it's the best and most politically safe choice I could have made. But now things are getting out of hand, and we need your help.
Blurp. I'm gonna put music back on. Soda, thanks for the follow. rest of your day, bud. Thanks for coming out. Airsoft, it's like paintball, but you're using little plastic BBs. Never heard of airsoft? It's like BBs, but they're plastic. Thanks, Valto. I appreciate it. Now, this is from a video game in 1998. I mean, unless he did the music. I thought it was Necros, Andrew Sega, I think. I can't remember. Straight Light Productions.
I don't want to get in trouble, dude.
Come on, if anyone's getting in trouble, it's gonna be me.
Okay.
Unreal. Have a good night, Real Zip. Thanks for coming out. doesn't get too humid here. There's a couple weeks in August where it gets a little rough, but even so, we're right next to the ocean. Man, I want to take the Digby Ferry. We usually drive to Nova Scotia. Well, the one time we went. I'm doing all right. Greg has made my lunch for me. Or supper. Oh man, my schedule's so thrown off again. I'll let the hyena come back and I'm gonna go out and eat this food. Hang tight. Oh wait, I was supposed to leave. Mexico is 94. Thank you for the follow. I swear that font gets smaller and smaller every day. Wow, that was loud. Кто здесь?
Да.
Это я. Это я. Comrade Hitler and the Tsar of the Future? What is or are these like crazy alternate reality fantasy novels?
Yes, it's like
oh my god.
I explained it when you was AFK. It's like there is an anime genre called isekai or something like that. It's basically when a character gets in a different world. like he, for example, I don't know.
Yeah, alternate future, alternate timeline kind of thing.
Not exactly a future, like a character, for example, can, I don't know, fall asleep somewhere and accidentally wake up in like Viking age, for example.
Oh, okay.
Like this type of stuff, and there's a like bunch of literature made by some weird people. I don't even know if they're making it for like just for fun or something like that. But yeah, it's like the Stalin is going somewhere in the times of the like pharaohs in ancient Egypt and making the communism there. It's like shit like that. And the book covers are so fucking funny. It's just insane. I'm gonna show the video after the stream.
Sure, yeah, they look pretty funny. Thank you, Everjane. I appreciate it. My answer would be, if everyone else has one, I would also have one. If it's standard to have one, I would definitely have one. I remember the first time that I presented a resume, it was one sheet of paper. I typed it up myself and thought that it was so great. Even like the lady I turned it into, she looked at it, she's like, this is a sheet of paper. I was like, yes, but read it though, everything. Like, she's like, all right, I'll give it over to him. Obviously I didn't get the job, but it's just like, wow. She like straight up looked at me and said, this is just a sheet of paper though. Like, you want to talk about like your soul falling out of your ass.
And what you applied for?
I don't even remember. It was like a temp agency place. It was years and years ago. Like, I have a resume now. Just be a big empty portfolio with a little thumb drive in the middle. And just everything. It would just be a video compilation of everything I've done.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, what the hell would I apply for with a Fox in Space video clips? Oh, hello.
Hey.
Hello, how's it going?
That's good. Spent about an hour dicking around on piano. Thought I'd come hang out.
Gotta get a little bit of work done today.
Yeah, I saw.
It's not enough.
It's plenty.
It's never enough. I mean, yeah, it's plenty, but it's not enough. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
Are you being your own toxic girlfriend right now?
I'm just, remember, you can measure how much it isn't fine by the length of the pause between everything and is fine. Everything is fine. Honey, everything is fine. Go to your Elks Lodge viewing. Everything is fine, honey. Go. As opposed to, honey, it's fine. Everything is fine. Okay? Go. Go to the Elks Lodge. Have fun. Everything here is fine.
Wow. You sound exactly like my sister. Holy crap.
You're gonna do exactly what you and your friends want to do. So go do it. No, go do it. I'm requesting that you do it, please. Everything is fine. Well, if you're not sure if they would waste their time on it, I'd still have one anyway. when making a resume, for, you know, obviously there's custom tailoring your resume depending on the place you work. Like you really want to beef up your Meals on Wheels accomplishments if you're applying for something regarding charity. But if you're going into like a STEM field or some science stuff, you know, if you need space for other important things and you're running out of room, you can probably take the Meals on Wheels experience off of there. You know, but there's like a dozen different things you can, you know, move around. You should always edit your resume before you submit it to every job. Even if it's just slightly arranging things to be more toward the top that are more relevant for one job than they are for the last one you put a resume in, it's always good to just try and you know, it's like editing a tweet. Like, let me copy this joke over that I told a long time ago, but let me take some of the punctuation out and this, that. Like, it's the same thing. It's like, okay, this is a factory job, so my experience, you know, as a welder and things like that, I would put that more toward the top if they were. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. But yeah, if you have any kind of job experience on your resume that has more to do with one job than it does with the, you know, the last one you applied for, you'd like move that information toward the top. You know, make it have that stuff be on the bigger bullets. But then, you know, you have another job that you're trying to apply for, that might not be something you'd want at the top of it. You know, my resume has a couple of raunchy video games that I've done voice acting and work for. And, you know, like there's one that's very like drug and alcohol themed. And if I was applying for a job at, you know, an all ages animation studio that makes cartoons for little kids, I'd probably leave those one or two games off of there for that. You know, if I was, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm running out of examples, but I don't know. I've never really gotten a job based on my skills in a resume. The only time I ever got a job off the bat that was above entry level was when I aced the typing test. I got like 96 words a minute with 0 errors. And they're like, oh, well, we can actually give you a better job. Come down this hallway instead.
They pulled the candelabra and a secret wall opened up.
Collections. You're not going to collections now.
And one little thing, one time, Tim Willits, it's like a second main person in id Software. He made a speech in my university, and he said about like employing the people in a company, that if he invite the people for the like conversation, if they're like invite on a work and they have a conversation about it, it's really bad if you don't know what the company is doing, like what the product, what kind of products, what games, etc., etc. Because like if you put an application in our company and you don't even know what games we're making, why should we even hire you? Stuff like that. So yeah, if you get an invitation, it's better to like see what the company is doing, what the products they're releasing and stuff like that. Of course, it's not applying for anything, but for everything, I mean, but it's still important.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because I had a friend who got hired on as a senior engineer at Riot, and well, he eventually became senior, I should say, but starting out as a regular engineer, they asked because he didn't have a lot of like experience in the video game industry making games. He mostly just done like other like software development jobs, but he showed them like his Steam list of all the games that he plays, all the knowledge that he has of all these games, and he's very aware of what Riot made, and he played a lot of their games and just had this very advanced knowledge of their games, and compared that to some of the work that he did, and they hired him right away. Like, even though he had no experience in making games, he knew the knowledge of what Riot made and just played a shit ton of video games, and that actually helped him get the job.
Yeah.
The next time that if I ever apply for a job with anything, my pitch will always be, put me where you need to figure out how to get stuff done faster and more efficiently.
Yeah.
Don't stick me somewhere doing busy work as just, to cover some of your, hours for the week. Show me what you're having trouble. And I can't do this on everything in the world, obviously, but if I went in for, like Blender stuff or animation lead or something like that, that would be the first thing out of my mouth is, what are you guys having trouble on? What is going slow for you? What is a computer program that you're using where there's a lot of keystrokes and a lot of, tedious keybind shit that you haven't yet figured a way to get streamlined, and let me sit in there. Like I would tell them, I'd be like, let me do it. You don't even have to pay me. I'll do it as an intern for a week or two and find out where I can increase and improve your company. And if I can't, then I'll leave. Like, I don't want to work somewhere where I can't, like, get up in the guts of, logistics and fix and untangle shit. Because I can do that. Like at the call center job that I worked at, like the computer programs and things they were using, I had a little keybind script that basically took 15 minutes of work time and did that amount in like 2 minutes. And that was when like part of my department was like, hey, you should go to IT. And the other part of my department was like, no, you're not going anywhere, and we don't need you working that fast. That was the one I told you about where, I was doing like 500% RE every day, and they called a meeting because I had figured out this little keybind like combination, and I just had it memorized, and it would just be this thing that I would do on each task, where you usually manually have to go in there. These are people that like click edit and go down to undo or edit copy instead of, Control C or Control V. And I'm like, there's keyboard shortcuts, there's ways you can do this. And then the other job they put me on, I did the same thing. And then I tried to apply for IT. One of the IT guys came in and saw what I was doing. He's like, yeah, I'd like you to take a look at something. I want to see if I can get you over into IT. And he tried, and the person immediately above me like blocked it on purpose. And it was like the one time in my life, for the first time ever, that I was about to be promoted. Other than that time at Walmart when I was training to be a CSM, and the CSM over me refused to train me. I got to do the ATM money switching. That should tell you how much that they trusted me. Although, it's just like, dude, there's cameras everywhere. If you steal any money, we know where you live. And they pulled an old lady out of there once. She was taking like $5 or $10 a day out of the register. Walked her out in handcuffs. She's like 75. But yeah, I was really trusted, and I did a good job everywhere I worked. Even at Walmart, I figured out the fastest way to scan items, because when you beeped an item, there was like a wait before you could beep the next one, like half a second, like a governor thing. But if you clicked the clear button right after you scanned something, I can't remember, it was something like that. and anytime that somebody had a whole bunch of little items, I would just have one finger on the clear button and just go beep clear, beep clear, beep clear, beep, and like get it out so fast. I was the fastest in that entire county of Illinois. The IPH, or whatever they called it, items per hour scanned. I got like into like the 800, 900s for a while. I hit 1,000 one day when a lady had like just an entire shopping cart full of all these tiny cat food tins. Have a good one, Orby.
See you, bud.
But yeah, and I was getting ready to be moved to being a CSM, and the lady above me would not let me do it. Would not let me do it. And they were about to put me in there as a CSM for electronics, and she just kept blocking it, so I just fucking left.
That's the other big downer that I noticed. Like, if there's one thing that will help you move up where you're working, is how well you can problem solve. You know, because a lot of places that I worked at, especially when I was working at the claims center at an insurance company, they liked my problem solving skills. But the other side of it is the shitty bureaucracy that can sometimes get in the way.
Yep.
My lord, yeah, because that's one of the reasons why I left my last job. I mean, other than wanting to do art full time, it's just the person that was above me didn't like the fact that my coworker Keith and I came up with a much better way of training new hires, because they were using the same way that they had been doing it for like 12 years or something, and it was extremely outdated. Her philosophy was to literally, like quoting her, like to strike the fear of God in our new hires, which was so toxic and stupid. Like, we're not bringing in people to scare them, like we want them to do well. And then that new team that we got, Keith and I trained them extremely well. They're one of the top performing customer care agents that the company had ever had. Everyone was excited about it, and the woman who was in charge before us did not like it, and she wanted to throw it all out. I eventually quit, and I think she got fired not long after. But yeah, it's
people don't like being
so dumb.
One-upped.
Yep.
And whether or not you can advance at a job is the decision of someone who, like, the most complicated thing they do is go home, play Candy Crush, and ambient tweet on Facebook. And that's somebody who's in charge of whether or not you get to advance because you're doing such a better job than they are. No, those people will keep you at the bottom as long as they can. You gotta, like, skip people. You gotta go to their boss and be like, hey, where can I get in here? Like, what are you guys having trouble with? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. So what? At least you try. It's like I was saying the other time about asking for a raise. Fucking ask for the raise. Do it. Don't go in there and be like, oh, I don't mean to bother you, and I hope I'm not interrupting. Like, no, go in there and tell them you want to sit down and talk about it, and be like, look, I'm gonna need, I gotta have a little bit more money coming in, or I need to look for another job because I have big boy expenses. I don't live at home with my mom. Blah blah blah. Or if you do, just make something up. Say something that sounds serious. Like, hey, like, I got to deal with this. I've got this to pay for. I have expenses. I'm not a kid in high school eating my boogers and having my mom pay for my car insurance. I'm out in the world and I have expenses. I have rent. I have subscriptions and electric bills to pay. That, like, I need to be making a little more money. You know, it helps if you lead with a bunch of good stuff you've done that other people don't do. You've got to give them a reason to give you a raise other than, I have confidence and I came in and asked for it. If your attendance is lacking, that is the number one thing they will pull on you. That was my problem at a couple of jobs. I had, you know, I'd miss a day or two a month, which is a lot. That's actually a lot. You shouldn't do that, but I don't know. The place I worked, every week that you're there in a row, you with perfect attendance, you get half a point taken off. So if you work 2 weeks perfect attendance, that's basically a free call-in day that you get, which is that's amazing actually. But they had a high absence, high turnover rate. But that is number one, the first thing for sure that they will bring up against you if they don't want to give you a raise. You can be the most perfect thing in the world that they 100% agree that they should give you a raise, but if they can find something to be like, no, we need you to work on this first. Okay, bye. See you in 6 months minimum. You know. So yeah, if you're one of the people that calls in sick a lot, yeah, you're not going to get a raise there. It sucks, but I'm not saying it's not impossible to get a job where you can get a raise and be lax like that, but that's a sweet fucking job. Like nowadays, like I don't think I could get a retail job. I could get if I got some kind of like office desk job doing stuff, like I'd have to be able to get in on like the higher up stuff. I don't know. I'm too much of a problem solver at this point in my life to just be given like minimum wage entry level grunt work. No offense to anybody who's still like who's not 39 years old. But yeah, that's the other thing. Ben, you're right. Is if you're not getting at least a little bit every year you're at a job, at least that much, that you're technically being paid less the longer you stay at a job.
I'll always be on the lookout for a job too. Like even if you have a nice cozy one and they're treating you well and it's a great job, keep looking still, because there's that incentive to not only get an even better job than what you have now, but it's also a negotiation sort of thing where if you do get offered a job and you have to eventually talk to the people that you're working with and be like, hey, being fully transparent, I got offered this other position and it's pretty enticing, but I also really like it here. What's something that we can do to help each other to see if I can't stay here, but also discuss wages or something like that.
Yeah, it's a great way to assess your worth.
Yeah, absolutely. Cover a lot of ground in this in your streams.
Yeah, people need to know this stuff.
Yeah,
I wish somebody talked to me about this stuff when I was a teenager with zero confidence.
I was just gonna say that too. Yeah,
like I literally did not have confidence in myself until I was 31 years old.
Yep.
It took getting on Patreon. Like I was like, no one's gonna want me to do it. No one's gonna remember me, or no one wants my cartoons. Blah 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 blah. Like this is silly, and everyone's just like, do it. Just get in there and do it. I'm like, all right. What's the worst that I get like $400 for a month, and then I'm like, well, sorry, I tried. and leave it at that. And no, it exploded, and people liked my stuff, and like it was a huge change. It was like I've made cartoons and made cool, funny stuff all my life, but I never had the confidence, like the I don't know how to describe it, but like the evaluation of self-worth that you actually believe, and it's not like a shitty low-level rating. Like you're like, I'm actually kind of okay at this, and some people think so, and it was just really, 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 really good for me. It changed the way that I went into grocery stores and talked to people. And you won't know it till you get it. I did, like I said, I thought I was like, I'm confident. I can go. I know what a good handshake is. I've got potential, and all that stuff. But I don't know. I worked shitty jobs my whole life until I was 30, 31, 32, and then I got a Patreon. And it's like the first time in my entire life where I'm not like scrubbing toilets or flipping burgers or something, and it's not like, oh, I landed this neat job, it was a lucky get. It's like, no, I'm getting paid for me, for stuff that I'm doing that is about me and what I do, and I don't want to lose that. I don't know, it's the confidence you get when it's like, I guess it would be like if you sold your first painting for $1,000 or something.
Yeah.
It's like maybe if I charged more for my furry commissions back in the day. I started at like $20, and then I eventually $35 was the highest I charged.
Same.
And everybody was like, dude, you gotta charge more. I was like, nobody's gonna pay $50 for a little like 5-hour picture. And now it's like, technically, if you're spending 5 hours on a picture, you should be charging more than $50. But even then, that just seems like a lot to me.
Other people are going to find more value in your work than you do. Like, even if you've been a veteran and you've been doing it for a while, like I would still get surprised when I would work on like an art show piece, and then at a furry convention. Oh, go ahead.
Greg, someone says, but do you have any advice for indie artists who want to create web comics?
Create web comics.
Yes, I believe this is where you come in.
Yeah, and if you want to do
and Rex too, obviously.
Best thing to do is do it.
But like you've already made several books that are actually hard copy printed in graphic novel volumes and things. So, Henry Tunes, what advice do you need? You do talking about like how to get motivated, how to organize it, or like are you done and you need to get it printed somewhere? Like, I don't know, which step of the way would you need some help with?
I think consistency is a good practice to have down, like especially if you're starting out.
What do you mean by consistency? In art style or in schedule?
Basically all the above, you know. I mean, the art style is going to change. That's something you have to be comfortable with too. Like my first Starship comic compared to even like your earlier comics, Greg, like the first couple pages look completely different to what you have going on now. So just avoid being like, oh, I have to go back and redraw it because I draw so much better now. You're just going to keep doing that every like 4 months. So yeah, consistency with your scheduling, and somewhat staying close to a style that you're comfortable with is also important too.
Yeah, because for me the big things were to do it. First of all, I know it seems funny, but it's like, you know, I used to draw a lot and stopped for years and wanted to get back into art, and I was like, you know what, like, just wasn't, you know, I still don't really feel like I'm there yet, but at the same time, it's like, you know what, I could sit here forever and wait until I feel like my art is good enough, and I know from talking to every other artist I know that day will never come. So just do it, because the practice will do you good. And the other thing was, when I did it, it was because I wanted to get the practice in, so I set a schedule. Like, I put out, my schedule's been kind of shitty over the last little while because of work and other shit that's been going on, but it was okay. I'm putting a comic out every Tuesday and every Friday, and I pretty much held to that schedule. Like I said, the last 2 or 3 months have been a bit sketchy. Just we had so much going on, but 5 years of essentially maintaining that schedule to the T really helped. And I don't get a whole pile of viewers, but then again, I don't really push and advertise myself a whole heck of a lot either. But
you'll find
more about.
You'll find after a while that the number of followers is not as important as the small static group of people that you have. Like if you have a small tightly knit community, that's way more important than like a community of a million people who watch your shit who have nothing in common with each other and don't talk to each other.
Yeah, no, like, do it, get it done, put it on Twitter, put it on Tumblr, put it on wherever else you see fit, get it out there.
If you do
hold a schedule.
If you do want to speed run, like, getting more followers, make a couple web comics of something current event-ish. Something like what everybody does on YouTube, like make something about some drama that's going on or something in the news or a gag that people are going to be like, oh shit, that's hilarious, oh my god, and they'll pass it around. Just make sure that the little link to your webcomic is on there. Now, if you're doing what Greg is doing, it's going to be a little more difficult, because it's like, oh, I'm making a comic of my own story about my own characters that are original, that aren't from anything and aren't referencing anything directly, and like you're gonna have people that are gonna come in interested for the story and character development, but that number of people on the internet is much smaller than somebody like just scrolling through webcomics looking for laughs and something to paste and make a meme out of.
But at the same time, like, I'm someone who, I do this in my free time. I'm not, I never went to school. I'm not, I just got back into art. I started doing this just to get better at it. So, but
the important thing is you do it every day.
I've got several thousand fans. Like, that's the thing that still, this day, boggles my mind. It's not a huge number, but it's still, like, got 3 zeros after it. That's pretty fucking sweet in my book.
It only gets bigger.
And every so often, like, I do like one-ofs every now and then. Like, to Fred's point, I'll do like a little pop culture thing or a Star Fox thing, or that Miyazaki one I did because something struck me funny.
Yeah.
And that gets views and can get you more traction too. And it also gives you an opportunity to try out different art styles and do things that are outside of what your comic might be, because that's my biggest challenge right now, is that I draw the comic every day. That's a specific style, whereas I'm capable of, like, I'm very good at mimicking other people's styles if I really put my mind to it. But no, like, first and foremost, do it. Second, schedule. Set yourself a schedule, set yourself deadlines. Because if you don't do that, you're going to be
set a small goal first.
Yeah,
your first goal, what you do. Complete one comic. Finish one comic in a week. Just see if you can do one. Because if you can't do one comic, if you can't bring yourself to do one single web comic without getting distracted and stuff, your problems lie elsewhere. Try to get that first comic done, and then when you find that you may get it done in 3 days, But, you know, take your time and make it look good. Spend 1 week on one webcomic and make it look really nice. And then, if you can, try to do 2 in a week or 2 in 2 weeks. Do one 1 week and one the next week. And if you can get comfortable doing 1 a week, that's great. 1 a week is great for any webcomic. If it's like, you know, if it's the format of, you know, panel, oh shit, like one of those, yeah, you should be able to do that in a week. And then after you do it for a long time, you'll get to where you can do one of those in a day. You get the process down, muscle memory, the whole logistics of setting up the frames, drawing the characters, coloring it, and then exporting it and uploading it. The more you do of that, the faster it gets.
I mean, that applies to anyone who just wants to learn to draw or wants to get into art. You know, that the big thing is like draw every day, and you know, if you can't draw every day, like as often as you can, and it might require booking yourself out, like saying, you know what, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are my art days, and that's when I draw. But comics are a great way to, and to Fred's point, it doesn't have to be like a big long story. It doesn't have to be Space Odyssey or Louis Noodle House with characters that stick around for a while. They could just be little one-shots. It could be just a gag comic of shit you find funny. And, you know, they tend to actually get more traction than long story arcs.
Yep.
Like one-shot gag comics tend to do way better in terms of, because you'll get that one that just gets upvoted to death.
I think it was a random comic that I did of just a 4-panel comic of Bowser as a Twitch streamer. Like Luigi was a big fan, and it got like 16,000 likes, and some bot tried to like take the Luigi emoji to sell on a website or something like that. And it was a big hit, and I didn't make any other like following comics to that. I think it would do pretty well if I did, but yeah, like that's just an example of just those one-off things. And it's fan art. Like fan art seems to do much better than original ideas a lot of the time. So
they'd have a celebrity couple name. What would it be? Kuiji. Wow, like Brangie.
Excellent!
Thank you, Ego. Appreciate it. Happy 10th month anniversary.
you rewritten anything from your Louis Noodle House idea, Rex?
Rewritten?
Like, yeah, like after putting pen to paper, gone back and looked at it and gone, wow, like either this character just came out differently than what was in my head, or this idea came out differently. Either you want to roll with it, or
I would say, yeah, like a lot of the time. Like B, in particular, she was just like, she wasn't really gonna be a very important character, almost kind of like a one-off. But I'm gonna keep reintroducing her, and she actually has a much bigger part in the story than I initially had in mind. That can be kind of dangerous because it can mess with continuity if you're not careful. But yeah, and even the Coyote character that gives the letter to Louis, it was risky, but I just came up with him on the spot for that page. And it was a challenge for me to figure out what I want to do with him, but now I totally do. So like I wrote him in, I should say, and it's gonna be pretty cool, I think, once people figure out who he is. But yeah, like I do that sort of thing all the time. Probably more than I should, but
I was gonna say, now I don't feel so bad.
Yeah. What's your example of that?
Etzel.
Oh yeah?
Etzel wasn't supposed to last past the first volume. He was actually supposed to get killed off.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. And that's the other thing too, is like the tone. There was a huge shift in tone. And you can, if you read the first volume, you can see where the tone starts to take a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Where it goes a lot more PG and a lot more just silly and goofy and stuff, where it was a little more serious when it started off. But again, I had never done it. It was just me putting pen to paper. And that's the thing too, you can't worry about shit like that. If I had to go and rewrite the first like 20 pages, they'd be very different.
I feel the same way. This is also my first time working on like a long form story that's going to take me probably like close to a decade to maybe finish the whole thing. But I think it's because as you work on a story like that, it matures and grows with you as you go. Because while I think I have a pretty concrete way of where the story is going to begin, get halfway, and then finally end, that's probably going to change a little bit. Like, I think it's still going to be mostly the same, but there's going to be ideas that I'm going to have along the way that I'm going to see differently once I get to those points. And maybe make 40. Things more silly. Well,
yeah. I have ideas. There are ideas I had like in 2017, just like 4 or 5 years ago, that I was like, oh, this is gonna break the internet. This is gonna be great. This is the most amazing thing I've written. And I like look back at those ideas now, like 5 years later, and I'm just like, like, nah, that's silly. That's something that like a teenager would write. I don't know. Like things mature. You write them, and then you come back to them a year or two later, and you're like, let me polish it a little bit. It doesn't mean the ideas are useless and they suck. It means you just have to go back and age them up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have ideas for stuff from when I was like 9 years old that I'm gonna use. That are like, that's a really awesome idea, but it's got to be a little more in depth than, you know, guy gets his popsicle stolen out of the freezer, so he, you know, it's got to be something more complex than a popsicle, and it can't just merely be stolen. There has to be politics, you know. I don't know, I just pulled something out of my head there, but if an idea, yeah, I guess the execution, you got to age your execution up a little. I mean,
it's so relatable. Continue.
I was just saying, like, you know, people could say, oh, this book was written by a 15-year-old, and it's amazing. It's an adult novel with like an adult thriller stuff. I was like, okay, that's nice and all, but you know that a 15-year-old writing a thriller about the government and stuff, I can guarantee you that if they're pretty good at that level, when they get in their 30s, they're going to be astonishing. If they're genuinely learning and not just like doing a formula thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I actually know such an example. There is a fantasy book which is actually adapted like a movie. It's called Aragon. It's
Yeah, I know
basically
that
about
one.
a kid. Yeah, and I believe, if I remember right, the first book was written when dude was like 16-year-old or 17-year-old. I don't remember. And it's good fantasy story, but of course there is like, as I remember, there is not much politics involved. It's just a good fantasy story. But yeah, what I wanted to say, I've been like writing book myself, and I can relate for your words that I wasn't mature enough, because I also started it when I was like 16, 17, I don't even remember. And from what I remember from the story is bullshit. But the world, I like the world, I still like the world. And like, if I would like to rewrite it, it's probably would be better, much better. And it's just because like while you're young, some ideas, like you just don't have enough experience
exactly.
to make something adult, if I can put it this way.
Yeah,
Sometimes
I mean, it's said to death to write what you know. You know, like I think I'd have a terrible job writing a military story, you know, about some military agent or something. Not that you have to necessarily be one, but like I've only done like retail, comics, and insurance. You know, I would just be really horrible at writing a story about a soldier. But like even though my comic Louis' Noodle House, it's about a dude who runs a restaurant in hell. I know nothing about that, but I know a lot about commitment and starting your own business and maintaining relationships around that. And those are some of the heavier points that do get talked about in the story, as well as all this other like cool world building that I have in mind. But it's writing stuff that you know and that is relatable, and incorporating that into a story in some way, if that's the kind of story you're wanting to tell.
So when I did the work for Space Odyssey, when I originally wrote it, I wrote it as a way to de-stress.
Yeah.
Because I was going through a lot of shit. Because at the time, my grandmother's in the hospital. I was looking at getting divorced. And all the original characters were just different aspects of my personality. I know, you know, there are risks to doing that. You end up with Mary Sue's and all that foolishness. But it was about dealing with my own insecurities. And sometimes it wasn't mine. Sometimes it would be like borrow a bit from other people I know, but heavily borrowing on my own experiences growing up, making friends, feeling like an outsider, or even my, you know, current day struggles with, you know, self-confidence, and sometimes feeling like, what's the word I'm looking for? Imposter syndrome and all that. So I borrowed heavily from life, even though it's, you know, it's about furry animal people in space. You know, you can still borrow from life experiences and again write what you know. And oddly enough, my characters have had lots of people connect with them. Some people really connect with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some characters people vehemently hate, and sometimes that's just as good. Don't know why they don't like Lex. He's my favorite character. Writing assholes is fun.
Wait, oh. I thought you said that. Never
Oh
mind.
yeah, no, my little raccoon character, not our dog, who is named after my
No,
little
no,
raccoon
I
character.
thought you said. Oh, I was like, oh, writing. Okay.
Writing.
I didn't get the joke.
I thought you said riding and not writing. I was being perverted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get it.
That's a whole other topic.
But man, like, I have people just absolutely like can't get enough of Felix. Like I've had a lot of people write me about how they connect to Felix and how like just that awkward antisocial, or not antisocial, but the awkward person who doesn't know how to socialize properly, who doesn't read, doesn't always read the room well, gets overexcited about certain things and doesn't know when to shut up. But really is, generally wants to be a sweet person. What about you, Rex? Any of yourself in your characters?
I think Louis for sure. Because I kind of have him experiencing some of the things that I went through. Like, especially in my early 20s, I was... While the comic isn't necessarily about relationships, like romantic ones, I felt undeserving of some of the relationships that I had. Louis kind of felt that with Brad in the comic because I had a couple of relationships where whoever I was dating they knew who they were, they had very comfortable jobs, they had their own homes, and I was working crappy retail jobs, just barely getting by and wasn't even paying my student loans, and yet these people were really into me and they saw past that and I couldn't. So Louis definitely experiences quite a bit of that, not even just romantically, but even with some of his friends that he has and will make too. So were you gonna say something?
Imposter syndrome is a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
Feeling like you're a fucking pet.
Yeah.
Dating somebody like that's like way out of your league, you can't help but feel like they're keeping me around till something else comes along, and like, what am I like the comedic value character in the Disney movie? Like all these fancy, well-to-do main characters, and I'm the, hey guys, whoops. That was another thing. Going to a particle physicist party, and everyone there is like working with particle accelerators and Fermi Lab and shit like that, and I'm there like I work at a gas station and I have no idea where I'm going in life, and I can only find a job that pays 30 hours a week, and I smoke, and I'm like redneck guy with a truck that's making a Star Fox cartoon. This was like the little Flash cartoon stuff I was doing. This is before Fox in Space. You want to talk about feeling like you're 2 inches tall in a room full of like Olympians? Like, holy jeez. I think that is the worst I ever felt at any party. Like, I had a good time. Everybody was nice to me, but like, holy shit, it like severely damaged like my perception of self. after that. Holy shit.
It makes you look so deeply inward that it just hurts.
Yeah.
It's a very insecure feeling.
These are all people that were like a couple years younger than me, and like they already have PhDs or whatever, and they're all going around the room like, oh, I'm going into this with aquatic engineering, and you know they need people in the blah 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 and this and that, and oh, theoretical particle physics, blah blah blah, and like, oh, how about you? How's your thing? Like, oh yeah, I'm making a Star Fox cartoon, and I gotta go to work a little later tonight. It's the midnight shift, and I gotta clean the bathrooms. But I got that going for me, which is pretty nice. Like it's just kind of like that. Oh man, I don't know. Like that's usually the moment where you hear people say, "That's what I pulled myself up and got serious," and like, yeah, that's what it should have been. It was actually the beginning of a little rough spot. And that was exactly 12 years ago. Good God. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't miss my 20s at all. I could totally just lock up my entire 20s and just like chuck it off a cliff into the ocean or something. Like, I don't care. I don't want to go back to being 20-something and stupid. My 30s have been wonderful. If you just let it calm you down and let it age you a little bit, going into your 30s is great. Other than like the whole second puberty thing, where your hair migrates and everything you eat gives you the runs. But the state of mind, peace of mind, a satisfied mind, whatever you want to call it, it's really nice. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
I definitely needed those lows in my 20s. I'm definitely not the kind of person that's like, oh, you have to suffer before you can grow. But you have to know what rock bottom is to get that response to change something, to get yourself out of it. Like when you mentioned earlier that you would talk to these other successful people your age and sometimes even younger. I experienced the same thing when I was we'll call him Paul for now. When I was dating Paul, and he was this senior Apple engineer and was extremely comfy, and I would like meet his family, and I'd be like, oh, I just sell jeans at the mall, and they were still like, they didn't care. Yeah, they didn't care at all. But I just knew that job sucked, and then I did what we talked about earlier about updating your resume and looking for better jobs, and I got myself out of it. But I can even still, I can still feel the same way about the job that I have now, where I make comics for a living, and they're my own comics. Like, I don't really work for anyone but myself. Yeah. And some people might think of me as being lazy or it's not a real job, but no, like I tell them with confidence, because there aren't a lot of people that can do what even what Fred is doing or what I'm doing, or even Bubba. Hello, Bubba. Hey, it's something that I'm extremely grateful for, but it's also something that I'm extremely proud of, because it's something that I did on my own with my own ideas.
Everybody's asking what the hell is second puberty, so let me play this short video.
Oh God.
Here we go.
I'm not.
As you approach the monumental age of 30, the awkward transitional period of your life becomes nothing more than a distant memory. Until now. Welcome to second puberty, the stage of life when you actually become an adult. You're going to begin to notice some changes, like hair where there wasn't hair before, in your nostrils, on your back, and in your ears. Pretty much everywhere except your head, the one place where it matters. You'll see your body blossoming into womanhood. Womanhood being the doughier, wrinklier version of girlhood. Cellulite, stretch marks, smile lines? That's right, smile lines. You're being punished for joy. The day-to-day stress of your adult life will lead you to seek out comfort foods. Unfortunately, your new adult stomach can no longer handle delicious food. So you can either deal with the overwhelming cravings or diarrhea. So much diarrhea! That brings us to exercise. Not being fat takes a ton of work now. But with a strict regimen and a healthy diet, you might be able to transform that very chubby body into a sorta chubby body. And all it costs is your social life. As a man, you might start to notice you don't crave sex the way you did when you were a teenager. This is referred to as the dicks are assholes phenomenon. You see, men reach their sexual peaks before women, when their chances of getting laid are the lowest. Then, their dicks slowly break over time. Human sexuality is essentially one big missed high five. But that's nothing compared to fertility, which dictates that a 15-year-old girl making a mistake on prom night has a better chance of getting pregnant than a 40-year-old woman actively trying to conceive with her husband. In fact, fertility starts to fall off year by year after 30. So start thinking about that stuff now, ladies. But why bother worrying at all? You have no idea what you're doing, and anyone who's ever given you advice is a fallible human who could be wrong about everything. Better you just drink to forget. Oh ho, but hangovers are way worse now. So, did I mention you can rent a car? That's pretty cool.
Nose hairs for me, good heavens.
Yeah, that's the part.
Yeah, it's like having two little armpits on your face.
It is.
Like
you pull out a hair that's like as long as your head hair.
Like if you stick your nose like straight up into your nose and then point your finger forward, there's these two little like pockets in there inside the nostrils, and that's like the armpits of the nose. It's horrible. I pluck them out. I pull them out like I pull them all out like on a paper towel, and then I like pinch them with my thumbnail and yank really hard, and they all come out and they stay gone for like a week. Trimming them is quicker, but like you have to trim them like every 2 or 3 days. It's crazy. Yeah, the shoulder hairs, the weird long single shoulder hairs, the thin white ear hairs that hurt worse plucking out than anywhere else. I think the most painful place I've ever plucked a hair is the tiny little hairs on your knuckles and on your toe knuckles. Those hurt like a son of a bitch.
Oh, I've always had hairy fingers and toe knuckles.
Yeah, same.
But I mean, if you've ever like plucked one out, it's just, it sucks. I did it once. I was curious. Never again.
You just gotta age gracefully. I don't know. Like I used to be a little worried about my body changing as I get older, but I don't.
If my nose does like the old man nose thing where it just like swells and gets like a huge big cherry red thing, I might get a nose job to reduce that. Other than that, I'm doing nothing in my body. Maybe a tattoo, maybe a wild piercing or something, but no. I'm not really a
Already
piercing
done the wild
person.
piercing phase. I'm good.
Yeah, Yep, Slava, you're right on the cusp of second puberty.
Yes.
Enjoy that diet you have. while you can. 'Cause the day you turn 31, you're gonna cook something like that or get something from the store and eat it, and you're gonna get the feeling that can only be described with the noise. And you'll know what I mean. You'll make a salad. You're like, oh, well, what if I just eat a salad with a couple croutons, just some vegetables, and you eat that. And as you're eating it, it's not even later. Like, you eat like 2 bites of it, and your stomach does that, and you're like, oh no, oh. Yeah.
It's that way for a lot of my friends that suddenly become lactose intolerant. Because that's definitely a genetic thing. Like, I guess I have the gene where I'll be able to enjoy dairy most of my life, it seems. But yeah, there are some people that are like, if I even just smell milk, I'm shitting my pants.
What is dairy?
Dairy, it's milk. Milk, cheese, butter, anything that comes from milk.
Got it.
Молочный. I don't know how to say.
Молочный, yeah.
Oh, it is. That is how you say dairy.
Oh, well, we call it молочные продукты, like
milkish.
Yeah. God, if I ever develop a seafood allergy, I'll be really depressed.
Dude, for fuck's sake, I have a shark persona, and I literally have eaten 1 fish. Only sprouts.
Really?
Yeah, and like once, like half of the year, maybe even.
No, you're just you're a land shark eating land fish.
Dude, I fucking hate fish because it got bones in it. I hate when I eat food and accidentally I get some like bones, like little bones to take out of my mouth or some other shit like the shit which is connecting to bones between. It's like oh my god, I don't know the translation of this word. Let me translate it.
Cartilage, ligaments. Ligament.
Connective tissue.
Yeah, cartilage. When you're eating like chicken and there is like little cartilage you're getting
grizzle.
On your teeth.
Yeah, it's like chewing rubber. That's called a grizzle.
Dude, I fucking hate it. I can't stand this shit. And for that reason, I don't eat fish at all. Like, I just hate fish for that.
Well, we'll get you some good fish here. So you don't mind the taste of fish. Like, fish tastes okay. It's just you don't like getting bones.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Well, you just need different fish. I haven't eaten fish with bone in it in years. I know that if you get it fresh somewhere, but
I like salmon, and I remember we've been buying like pickled. Oh my god. Селедка. One moment. Yeah, it was like pickled salty herring in Poland, and oh my god, it was the fucking best fish I ever eaten.
Have you ever had sushi?
Dude, of course.
I could eat sushi all day.
Well, sorry. I more specifically, I had rolls. I never had sushi because they're much more expensive and they're smaller.
Well, yeah, like the little rolls in seaweed. Like, that's what I mean. I don't mean like literally like just the piece of fish, but yeah, like when you get the roll and they cut it into the little round pieces and all that. Maki rolls and whatnot.
Yeah, rolls, of course. Like, it's funny part about like Russia specifically. Well, I don't know about the Moscow, but in Kaliningrad, I don't know a single like cultural restaurant, I guess. Of course, there is like burgers, which is American. There is like Chinese, Japanese, with like sushi, a wok, or some shit like that. And there is pizza. That's it. There's no like Indian something like more specific like Mexican. I don't know. It's not a thing.
The entire charcuterie of Duolingo. What pizza? What sushi? What borscht? Pizza, sushi, and borscht in a strip mall.
Where in Kaliningrad we actually have a great restaurant of Russian and, well, better to say Slavic cuisine.
I want to have a
There's
real
like-
borscht at a real restaurant.
Dude, you need to try this alcohol. I hate hard liquor. I can't stand whiskey, but there's vodka made of horseradish. And it's fucking awesome. It's not like spicy. Well, it's slightly spicy, but it's not burning you like.
Yeah, I like horseradish. That'd be a great vodka to make a Caesar with, I bet. Because a Caesar, you put horseradish in that with the vodka.
Forgot to turn myself off. Oh well. Nothing I said was really all that relevant.
It's gone now.
It is.
And I really want a salmon skin roll.
Jai and I were just talking about this sushi Japanese buffet place that's like 5 minutes from here that we want to check out. You should come. Get sushi.
Come on my sushi.
It was a wasabi sauce.
Oh god. That spicy nut.
Oh goddamn.
God, it's finally warming up where I live, and it's raining a little bit too. I forgot what warm, rainy days smell like.
Dude, I woke up to thunder, rain, and that was pretty much it. Thunder and rain.
I love it. Yeah, I'll check out Toronto someday. I know that Fox and Spretz and I want to take a journey up there and eat some oysters and hang out. Probably get an Airbnb or something.
Where are you in Texas?
Are you asking me or are you asking Volatile? Okay.
Oh, wait, where are you? You're not in H-Town.
No, I'm more likely more in Spring, but Houston's closest.
Ah. Я хочу хорошую книгу. Я хочу книгу, написанную человеком, у которого был страшный опыт в реальности, не какой-то ребенок. Вы знаете,
was time, yeah.
Yeah. You gotta get one of those books. You open it up. Like an ice cream shop in heaven. Puts a face on every smile. It's back. Now, what are we gonna do? Do it. Whatever you're gonna do it now. The love is gone, the love has died. Deaded. I don't know. A lot of the first voice acting I did for my old cartoons was just my regular, horrible Florida voice. Oh my God, I'm doing a Flash cartoon. Oh my God. I don't know. My Wolf O'Donnell voice started out as an impression of Clarence Boddicker, and I was going between doing impressions of Clarence Boddicker from RoboCop and Al Swearingen from Deadwood, and kind of the twang of Kurtwood Smith with like the gruffness and wit of Al Swearingen, and then I just leaned a little more on Kurtwood Smith after a year or two, and that just kind of became his voice. Trying to remember the first. Let me see if I've still got the clip somewhere. Because when I was making my goofy little cartoon, like a year before, Wolf was gonna just be like this, I have you now, McCloud. Or, you know, kind of like a silly villain voice like that. But then when I made the cartoon a more serious thing, then it was, you know, I went with the voice. It just kind of honed that over a couple of years. And by the time I got around to actually recording the episode, like, Wolf's voice had done plenty of baking, I guess. Take that how you will. But, I don't think it's actually on here, is it? No. I don't really do auditions. I just kind of hire my friends most of the time. I have one or two friends that know people. And if there's like an extra type of voice that I need that I don't know anybody, I'll rely on the help of a friend every great once in a while, but I just don't really know how the whole audition process goes. Ah, what the hell? Sorry if that was loud. He actually shows something I animated 10 years ago. Why my D drive isn't indexing. Whoops. Hold on a second, let me get that. Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. There we go. This is an animation where they're like waking up and getting ready to land on Corneria. I can't remember what exactly it was, but Falco runs in and he's like, Fox, you're gonna be, you better be ready when we land and blah, blah, blah. And Fox turns and says something like, I'm not the one walking around in my underwear and blah, 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 or something. Falco makes a face at him. This is something I animated in early 2013, I think, so 9 years ago. Just a little test thing to see what I could do. Yeah, just a little animation in Adobe Animate. I think I was still using Macromedia Flash at that point. Good God. No. Not that I know of. I know my Patreon got reported like right before episode 1 dropped, and I had to recreate the Patreon. So yes, any money that you give me on my Patreon is specifically for my streaming on Twitch. I give tutorials, and my animator friends hop on Twitch as well. And any money that I get goes to streaming. And if I get more than a certain amount after episode 2 comes out, that will go to the other people who will be streaming on my stream, and also may at the same time be animating bits of A Fox in Space episode 3. Just putting it out there. But we'll see how it goes. Huh?
Have a good evening, folks.
Oh, you head now?
Good night, dude.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, have a good one.
Night.
One moment. already. Had to put the puppy to bed. He had a busy day today anyway. Oh man, I need to make some Griffin loops for the band Griffin. Can't believe I didn't even think about that. That medieval band.
Oh, shit.
Sorry, I've got an itch for insurgency.
It's actually pretty fun.
It's hard.
Yeah, that's why it's fun.
He's alright, he's in bed. Well, that was silly. Sorry, my mic was messing up. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it here tonight. Might be on tomorrow, probably the next day, though. I'm going to get the rest of this set up as fast as I can. Thank you all for coming out, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Your system and they put it by themselves. Yeah, they will never give you any ID password.
Yo, a Fox in Space! What's up? Welcome, Raiders. Oh my god. I don't know what on earth we did to deserve such an incredible raid. Hi, Kimmy Omega. Welcome, you guys. Thanks for the stream. Hi, Girl Fox. Jerry Fox, I mean. Welcome, everybody.
Oh, this is that
You
girl
did
that
art?
sings.
Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Speaks Russian, huh?
So I was because I got the Rona. And so I was tired, but then I was sitting in my house isolating, doing absolutely nothing. So I was like, I'm gonna hop on for a completely random stream. So we're watching a YouTube video right now of a content creator that I really like. His name is Scammer Payback, and he's like a YouTuber, and he basically scams online scammers. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of like Kit Boga. He's really famous here on Twitch, but basically there's like this whole scamming industry where they prey on like especially elderly people. And so for example, Kit